Court will now be starting. Oh, wait. I should turn it. Who is the defense? Who is the prosecutor? Please stand up. Okay, and then who is the defense? All right. We are here today to hear the state of Nevada Boys State versus the cities of Nevada Boys State. First, does the prosecutor have any pretrial motion?
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution requests that witnesses are not sequestered.
All right. And then does the defense have any pretrial motion?
None, Your Honor.
All right. Okay. So, the prosecutor, please stand up and state your name.
My name is Chase Crampton from Bill Valley.
All right. And then the defense, please stand up and state your name.
My name is Roberto Reyes from Bill Valley.
All right. The prosecutor may now give their opening statement. Wait.
We need all their introductions.
Oh, wait. And then also, may I have the introduction of every other prosecutioner first?
Whether they're with us.
My name is Caleb Little. I'm from Marty.
Wait, please state that. And then for the prosecutor, is there any witnesses for you?
Yes, Your Honor. Throughout today's trial, we will be calling Ms. Portnoy, an educational expert, and a parent who attended the open house.
Can they introduce themselves, or are they not here?
They can introduce themselves.
I am
And then now the defense, please stand up and please rise and state your name. And now the defense, do you have any witnesses? And please state that, but they said no for the pretrial, correct? Yeah. Alright. And may they introduce themselves?
I'm Jose Gonzalez. I will be
Please rise to take the oath.
Would you like me to administer the oath, or do you want to?
Yeah, you can administer the oath.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I solemnly swear to uphold the truth and only the truth. I swear to uphold and defend the Nevada Boys State Constitution. That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same. You may take your seats.
Now the prosecution may state their opening statements.
Students over self. Today's case is about a teacher who only wanted the best for her students and the whole community as a whole. Patricia Portnoy, a teacher at the Silver Spring School District, middle school to be exact. She'd been a teacher at the school for years, 20 years, a veteran, and the math department chairman. Being the math department chair, she knew what was best for her students and what worked well in teaching them. But then came along a proposal called CoreLink. What CoreLink would do is combine math with social studies and reading, eliminating ability grouping teaching. What this would achieve is now that all the lowest achieving students, they're going to be in the same classes as the high achieving ones, mixing everyone together. And instead of learning just math, they would be learning along with reading and social studies.
We can stop for a second. If you guys want to be heard on both sides, you need to activate a microphone. All the stuff that you have said is not recorded. Anything that was said out here was not recorded. So if you want to have stuff on the recording, make sure you use a microphone and either come up to it, or standing up is kind of hard for it because it's not
So just
really
stand
picking it
up?
all up.
Okay. All right.
Thank
I'll
you.
sit down.
You may continue.
By using CoreLink, all the students would be mixed together in classes teaching math, reading, and social studies all at the same time. Low achieving students would also be placed with high achieving students and everyone in between for a very diverse class that brings some major drawbacks. For example, teachers will be unable to tailor lessons due to the fact that all students will be put together, the low achieving ones with the high achieving ones. The low achieving ones may fall behind and not be able to keep up with the rest of the high achieving students who may get bored having to sit with everyone in between. So what Portnoy did to try and get her ability grouping teaching back was she sent a memo to the school addressing this, addressing her concerns that this might be the downfall of the Silver States Middle School. Not only that, but she wrote a letter to the newspaper and press to express her concerns to the more general public. The school had no problem with this. But then came the open house. On the night of the open house, Miss Patricia Portnoy had a pamphlet. She had two pamphlets, actually, in her classroom, saying, please grab one. One was about general math skills, as she is a math teacher, and the other was 6 reasons why CoreLink was bad. She was never telling people to grab these, apart from her sign that said, please pick one up. She did not verbally tell them that you have to take one. In her classroom, most of the discussion did end up being about the CoreLink situation. However, when Portnoy was asked about it, she just told all the parents to refer to the pamphlet. Let's see. This is when the prosecution, the state brought a case against the state, and the school district brought a case against Miss Portnoy because apparently she had done something wrong, while all she was doing was exercising her First Amendment rights to talk about issues that that affected her and the general public and were of major public concern. It was in her best interest for the students to learn the most effective way, even if it meant going against what the school had proposed. But ability grouping was how the school had taught originally, and it worked well. She had taught that way for 20 years and had plenty of success. But then the school came along and changed everything. So I want you all throughout this case to remember what this case is really about. Students over self. Thank you.
The defense may now give their opening statement.
Freedom of speech is not freedom of responsibility. Good morning, Your Honors. My name is Herbert Arraez, and I am here to represent the defendants, Principal Seymour Skinner, Mr. Dale Davis, and the Silver State School Board from a threat they've previously faced before. At the core of this case, you will realize it is not about punishing disagreement. It is not about stifling debate. It's about how a school, an institution tasked by the federal government with the duty of educating children, must be allowed to function effectively with professionalism, respect, and trust among staff. I mentioned the threat of these core values, and I believe it is time I introduce you. Patricia Portnoy is a teacher who was removed from her position as math department chair. I'd like to mention she was specifically not fired, not silenced, but relieved of a leadership role, only after distributing a packet of materials during a school open house
Sorry, may you speak a bit slower?
that personally attacked her coworkers and her principal, and misrepresented her views of the school. Now, Portnoy had claimed this was a violation of her First Amendment rights. But when you hear the facts, you'll see clearly this case is not about the right to speak out, but it's about the responsibility to speak out appropriately, because freedom of speech is not freedom from responsibility. Let's look at what happened. In 2001, Silver State Middle School was struggling. Test scores were dropping, especially among students from minority backgrounds. The school board, administrators, and teachers worked together to find a solution. After a lengthy but in-depth process, including public meetings, teacher input, and parent engagement, the school board adopted a new math curriculum known as Core Link. Ms. Portnoy disagreed with that decision. She expressed that disagreement multiple times publicly, respectfully, and through proper channels, and she had every right to do so. The school and Principal Skinner recognized her rights, demonstrating their understanding of the First Amendment, even when it was being used to speak out against his own school to a certain degree. But then, after the board made its decision, and long after the public comment period had closed, Ms. Portnoy made a different kind of choice. At the school's open house, an event designed for parents to meet their children's teachers and celebrate academic progress, Ms. Portnoy distributed a packet on official school letterhead under her title as math department chair. That packet was not just about the curriculum. It described the school's new program as a pile of garbage. It accused her colleagues of being clandestine, mean-spirited, and autocratic. She didn't just criticize policy, she attacked the people. And she did it using her official title, in a setting meant to highlight student achievement, not to escalate professional grievances. That's not protected civic engagement. That's an abusive position. It caused real harm to working relationships, staff morale, and the ability of the school to operate as a unified team. After that incident, the school board made a decision. They didn't fire her. They didn't discipline her for her ideas. They simply removed her from a leadership position that requires trust, collaboration, and respect. That's not retaliation. That's accountability. As you listen to the evidence, you'll hear how Ms. Portnoy's actions undermined the authority of Principal Skinner, how her comments damaged her relationships with other teachers, and how her behavior threatened her ability to implement a curriculum she was openly sabotaging. And her misuse of an official school event and her title confused parents and cast doubt on the school's credibility. This was not a teacher speaking as a private citizen on a matter of public concern. This was a department chair speaking as a representative of the school, using her position to launch a personal, divisive attack. The law is clear on this. Under the Pickering test, which was established by the U.S. Supreme Court, we must balance the teacher's right to speak with the school's right. We must balance the teacher's right to speak with the school's right to operate efficiently and maintain order. That balance tips decisively in favor of the school. In Connick v. Myers, the Supreme Court reaffirmed that government employers may restrict speech that disrupts the workplace or undermines authority, even if it touches on a public issue. In Nicholson, the Ninth Circuit upheld a school's district right to discipline a teacher who refused to comply with directives from the principal. And in Brewster, even hurt feelings among staff were recognized as a legitimate disruption. What unites all of these cases is a simple truth, really. Government employees, especially in schools, don't forfeit their right to speak, and it's crucial for all of you to understand this. However, more importantly, I'd like for all of you to note that they don't get immunity from consequences when that speech interferes with the mission. That's the law. That's common sense. And that's what happened here. Now, Ms. Portnoy may argue that she was trying to protect students, that she was simply advocating for what she believed in. But that's not what this case is about. The school board welcomed her ideas before. They gave her space to share them. But what she did at that open house went far beyond professional disagreement. It was a personal attack. It was inflammatory, and it was inappropriate. Free speech is a right, but it is not a shield against the consequences of unprofessional conduct. This school had a duty to act for its students, its staff, and its community. If the school had done nothing, it would have sent a message that leadership roles can be used to attack and divide, rather to build and lead. At the end of this trial, we'll ask you to return a verdict that reflects both the law and the facts. A verdict that says schools must be able to maintain order and trust. A verdict that affirms that while the First Amendment protects speech, it does not guarantee a leadership position or protect someone from the consequences of their own words, because freedom of speech is not freedom from responsibility. Thank you.
The prosecution may now bring up their first witness.
Your Honor, can we motion for a 5-minute recess?
Motion sustained. The court case will be back in session in 2 more minutes. In 2 more minutes. It has been 5 minutes. Court is now back in session. The prosecution may now bring their first witness.
The prosecution brings the education expert to the stand.
Direct examination may now begin.
What is CoreLink?
CoreLink is an education initiative that pushes for, it's an attempt to stop discriminatory education in schools, specifically as there's been a rising trend in minority races being on the lower end of standardized testing. And so what the CoreLink program attempts to do is implement them into the same classes as students who score higher on testing in order to end those discriminatory acts.
Does combining classes with high-achieving students with low-achieving students hurt the learning environment?
It is my personal belief that yes, it absolutely does. As what happens when you do this is, while yes, it does get rid of these discriminatory education, as it does get rid of discriminatory education, what it also does is that it creates a slow learning environment. As a teacher who has a class mixed with students with higher test scores and students with lower test scores, they're gonna pick one, no matter what. And so if they pick the lower test score students to focus and try to really hone in on those lessons, then it's those with the higher test scores that are then felt to be bored and not find a purpose in the classroom that they're meant to find. However, if the teacher then focuses to teach to the pace of the higher test score students, then we see these lower test score students really fall behind in class and just further spiral down that rabbit hole of scoring low on these standardized tests.
Are you familiar with Ms. Portnoy's complaints against CoreLink?
Yes, I have heard about her complaints. I saw her paper that included the memo and also her 6 points against the CoreLink program prior to this case.
Excuse me, sorry. Ryan, please bring your mic a bit closer. I'm not sure exactly if the mic is catching onto it. Thank you.
That is all my questions, Your Honor.
Cross-examination may now begin from the defense.
You mentioned that CoreLink integrates students of different academic levels together, but what is the main purpose of doing so, from your understanding?
The primary purpose of integrating these different levels of students who score different on testing is to prevent discriminatory education in schools, as what we have seen, like I said, is a trend in which minority races and groups have begun scoring lower on test scores, and by separating them into different classes, that creates this it creates this hostile learning environment.
CoreLink is a program developed by renowned scholars in elementary education. Are you suggesting they are not aware of these problems or that they do not care about them?
They are entirely aware of these problems, and that's what CoreLink is trying to fix, is ending discriminatory education.
Is CoreLink's main focus prioritizing grouping classes rather than students? Yes or no?
It is grouping students. It is grouping students.
Does CoreLink group different subjects together?
To my knowledge, yes, it does. It groups math, science, and social studies.
Is that the main focus of the program?
That is one of the primary purposes of the program, yes.
Is CoreLink able to help students learn math by incorporating other subjects into it that they may understand better?
Yes, I think that is actually one of the positives of the CoreLink program, as it does provide a very strong curriculum for these subjects. It's just the way that the curriculum is taught that I have something against.
Do you believe the CoreLink program specifically at this middle school combines students of different educational levels?
While the CoreLink program hasn't been in effect at this middle school for too long, I believe it's only been about 6 months, but in that time, it hasn't really been clear whether it's been a positive or a negative.
So are the disadvantages that you bring up about recombining students relevant?
Absolutely, as later down the line in a year or two, we can start to see those things start to pop up and really negatively damage the school environment.
Do we have any empirical evidence that that will happen?
It is something that that is thought to be a negative about the CoreLink program. It is something that has been found to be seen as an effect of the CoreLink program. So it can be a matter of time before we begin to see it, yes.
Are there other CoreLink program implementations that have had this happen?
I will say with the CoreLink program, it has been, it is very much a mixed bag. It is up to the school whether they, whether they successfully or not successfully put in the CoreLink program into their schools. And in this case, where you have a department chair directly attack a program like this, it is more likely it is going to go down to the negative route.
That is all questions.
Now the defense may bring up their first witness.
I called it a witness stand, a parent from the open house. The defense direct examination may now begin. Were you aware about the CoreLink program before the night of the open house?
I was.
What was the tone of the letter that Ms. Portnoy gave out?
I would describe it as hostile. The personal remarks it made felt unprofessional, and often weren't related to CoreLink at all. The insults of the ideology of the other teachers at the school felt absurd and just irrelevant to the point she was attempting to make.
Can you point out some language that she used specifically to describe her coworkers?
I believe she described her superior as autocratic. She described the program itself as garbage, and her other coworkers as idiots for believing something like this could work.
Within the letter, does she regard herself as a private citizen by her name, or was she representing the math department of the school?
In the letterhead of the memo, she refers to herself as the math department head.
The defense has no more questions.
Cross-examination may now begin.
Do you think it was in Portnoy's First Amendment right to speak out about this curriculum?
Yes, as a citizen of America, I believe that she does have the right to speak out about the issue.
Did Portnoy outwardly verbally assault any staff or administration?
Through the memo, yes, but not directly verbally in the open house.
Did Portnoy also outwardly verbally attack Corlink?
Through the memo, but not verbally.
No more questions.
Does the prosecution need a recess?
No, Your Honor, we are ready to call our next witness.
All right. The prosecution may now bring their second witness.
The prosecution
stand.
would like to call Mr. Portnoy to the stand.
The prosecution's direct examination may now begin.
Good morning, Mr. Portnoy. Could you please introduce yourself for the court?
Hi, my name is Mr. Portnoy. I am currently a math teacher at this middle school. Before that, I was the department head for the math department for nearly 20 years before I was very unfortunately removed from that position.
Now, being the department chair, did you gain any new insight as being a teacher as well, like to help you teach?
Yes, I learned that, math, it's a very delicate subject to teach, right? And so what the best way to do that is, just a very calm and just basic approach to it, making sure each and every student understands the material, one student at a time.
And so how did you conduct your classes, being a math teacher?
I would try to involve everyone, keep everyone to be at the same pace at the same time, and making sure that as a class they understood the material.
Now, what happened in January of 2001?
I was informed that Principal Skinner tentatively approved the Corling program to be implemented at my school, which I felt was weird because he never came to me about it and asked if this was something I thought was a good move for the school.
So just to clarify here, Principal Skinner, he never consulted you, even though you're a department chair?
I was never informed that Corlink would be at my school until it had already happened.
Okay, so with CoreLink being approved, what effect would it have on your students?
classes would start to be integrated with multiple students of different test scores, and what that does is it shifts drastically the pace that classrooms can learn at. As I said before, I try to make sure it's every student, making sure every student is engaged a class and one student at a time. However, with the Coiling program, it becomes much harder, not only for the students, but for myself, to make sure that every student is on the same page when every student might not be able to be at the same page.
Prior to CoreLink, you had mentioned about ability grouping. Could you elaborate on what that is?
Ability grouping is grouping people based off their ability, right? Without the CoreLink program, this looks like classes that are grouped to be different test scores. So one class might be the highest test scores, one might be the lowest, and another one might be, those middle ranged. However, with CoreLink, what this ability grouping looks like is a mixture of all three in one classroom at one time. And it's the teacher's job to teach every student at the same pace, which just can't happen.
Throughout your 20 years of teaching, did you use ability grouping?
Yes, I did, because it is the best way to teach, right? To make sure that every student can be learning the subject material appropriately, they have to have students in the class that have the same knowledge set and foundation as them.
So for you, you think it's the best way to teach? I'm assuming you found success in that then with your students?
Absolutely. It's why I became the department chair, because of how confident the principal and the school faculty were in my abilities to teach math.
Now, when you were describing CoreLink, you talked about a very negative outcome. Did you do anything to stop it then?
I tried to talk to Principal Skinner directly, but he just said that it was in the best interest for the school and the school's efficiency. So what I then did is I sent out a memo to other teachers, which included my 6 points as to why CoreLink shouldn't be implemented in our school.
Did you do anything further than just the memo to your school?
Yes, I also talked to the press about it, just to gain attention, because, at most schools, the parents in the community are the most powerful voice. And so by getting them to rally behind, an anti-CoreLink agenda, that was the best way to do that.
Do you feel that student success and education is a concern of the public?
Absolutely. It is the public's concern about whether their children are getting the proper education so that the public can continue to thrive.
After speaking out about CoreLink, did the school do anything in response to that? Did they punish you in any way?
Absolutely not. I was never, Principal Skinner never came to me and talked to me about my memo, or about the letter I sent to the press. It just seemed as if he didn't know it happened.
So then why is it we are here today, if they had no problem with it before?
It had started at the open house. I had this table set up for parents to pick up a pamphlet talking about the math curriculum that I would be teaching. However, there's also another pamphlet, which was my attack against CoreLink. And as I said before, it is the community that has the strongest voice in schools. And so I felt the open house was the best way to push my agenda. And however, Principal Skinner and the school board felt differently about that.
And them feeling differently, what did they do?
Well, somehow, Principal Skinner had gotten his hands on my pamphlet regarding CoreLink, and soon enough, I was no longer the department chair for the math program at my school, and I also received a salary cut of $3,000 a year.
And this all happened because you were simply exercising your First Amendment right and speaking out about something that you believed was wrong?
Yes, and again, it wasn't the first time I did this, and so it just felt weird that, it's now the second time that I'm getting, it's the second time that where I get punished for this, and not the first.
The plaintiff rests for now.
Now the cross-examination may now begin.
So, Mr. Portnoy, you've been a teaching veteran for 20 years, correct?
Yes, I've been the department chair for 20 years, and I have plenty of experience before that.
And you don't believe that the CoreLink program would provide any real benefit to the students who would be more of a detriment, correct?
I can say with confidence that the CoreLink program wouldn't provide anything for the school I teach at. Obviously, every school is different, but personally, the CoreLink program would have been a negative for our school.
Yet, despite teaching for 20 years and all your prior experience, is it not still true that the test scores at Silver State Middle School were still dropping?
Yes, they were dropping, but that was also with a global rise, a global fall in test scores, right? Around the globe, we have seen falls in test scores, and that is something that the education community has actively been trying to fix. And one of these solutions was the CoreLink program, but that's just something I did not agree with. I believe there are other ways to get scores to increase.
And if you believe there are other ways for scores to increase, why haven't you implemented them in your past 20 years?
I've been steadily trying to implement them. I mean, obviously, with schools and school boards, there's a lot of steps to take in order to implement new curriculum, right? I'm not Principal Skinner. I can't just say, oh, we're doing this now. I'm a teacher. There are different steps and processes to take that take a lot longer and something that isn't necessarily in my pay cut to do.
Now, you mentioned that you don't necessarily have the power to just instantly implement a new program, such as Mr. Skinner, but you also mentioned that you faced no prior punishment for speaking out against the program, correct?
I did not receive any prior punishment for my memo or the letter I sent to the press, no.
And you also testified that Mr. Skinner had not came to talk to you about the program, correct?
No, not prior to him implementing the program. Like I said, it wasn't until after he implemented it that was the first time I even heard of CoreLink even being an option for our school.
Yet, is it not true that with the memo and the letter to the press that there was an open discussion with the principal and other staffs and other faculty members at the school openly debating and arguing for the implementation of CoreLink, as well as parents being involved in said argument?
Yes, that did occur. There was a public forum or discussion about whether the CoreLink program should be implemented, but however, after that, nothing changed. It was still sent through with no discussion with me or, to my knowledge, any other department chairs.
But you would say that that constitutes as having an open discussion on implementing CoreLink program with you involved prior to it being implemented?
It's one instance, right? I mean, you're talking about changing the curriculum for an entire department at an entire school, something that affects hundreds of students. I mean, this should be a months and months of discussion to make sure that we are doing what's best for our students. It shouldn't just be a one-time thing because of the impact that something like implementing the CoreLink program has.
Is this on? Okay. Yes, it should maybe take more than one instance, but still there was a whole community concession whether or not to implement the CoreLink program into the school with you involved, correct?
There was one community session, yes.
And you mentioned the First Amendment right to protest against the CoreLink program. But seeing as previously you went through this trial already and it went through the picketing test and it was decided that it was a matter of public concern, since it had an open discussion with the public already, would that public concern not already be addressed?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
You mentioned the First Amendment right as your right to protest against the Corling program, correct?
Yes, it is my right as a teacher to speak out against programs like this. Or sorry, it is my right as a human being to speak out against programs like this.
And prior, you already went to trial for this, suing the principal and the staff of the school, and using the picketing test, they decided that your protest was, in fact, a matter of public concern, correct?
Yes, it is a matter of public concern.
Yet, seeing as you have testified just here now that the implementation of the Corling program was discussed with the public within the newsletter as you initiated, would that not be the public concern already being addressed prior to the implementation of the Corling program?
Like I said, it is a step. Yes, it was discussed. It is a matter of public concern, but it wasn't to the extent that it should have been.
And within the pamphlets you had offered to the open house participants, you openly called Mr. Skinner autocratic and many other insults, correct?
That is correct. Like I said, I've been working for 20 years as a teacher, or as a department chair, and plenty of years as a teacher before that. And I found that, parents are a very difficult group to deal with, right? And so a lot of times just talking to them one-on-one, right, they don't necessarily want to listen to you, right? And so I felt that, by using the strong language against Principal Skinner, against the Corling program, was the best way to get a reaction out of the public, out of the community, to push against the Corling program being implemented.
But you would agree that throwing such insults towards your principal and other faculty members could potentially cause disruptions within your relationship with such individuals?
Yes, but again, it is, my right as a human being to have free speech like this, right? And, it wasn't the first time that I've expressed, my opinions about this Corling program. And after being ignored, I'm trying to get their attention. And so I felt this was the way I needed to do that.
And as department chair, or as the department math chair, you say you would have a lot of power in necessarily helping implement things such as the Corling program and other things that the school uses to help teach students, correct?
I do have one of the more stronger voices in the school, however, not to the extent that Principal Skinner or any members of the school board or admin have.
And yet, if you spoke out against the program that was being implemented to help improve the standardized test scores of the students, would that not be you actively damaging the potential success of the program?
Can you repeat that question?
Would you speaking out against the Corling program not potentially halter the potential success of the program?
Well, my goal was to halter the success of the program. I didn't want it to succeed. And in reference to my students, if it was haltering the success of my students, absolutely not. I did this in order to help my students grow and succeed as people.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Prosecution would request to redirect now.
Granted.
Now, Mr. Pickering, after your open house, did you go to court for the whole case?
Like I said, after the open house, that was then when I lost my seat as department chair and I got the pay cut, which is then when I decided to take the school board to trial court, in which it was then decided that this was a matter of the Pickering test, in which the school board then appealed the case, and that is where we're here now.
You just mentioned the Pickering test. Could you explain how that works?
Yes, the Pickering test is a federal law that prevents government school employees from speaking their mind. As yes, while I'm a human being and I am deserved rights to free speech, sometimes that does impede in the way of educational success. So for the Pickering program, they look at if the matter discussed was a matter of public concern, and if that public concern outweighs that of the school's concern for efficiency.
Would you say that student success and education is a matter of public concern?
Absolutely.
And with part 2 of the Pickering test, your interest as the one speaking out must outweigh the interest of the schools to run smoothly and efficiently. Could you elaborate on why they found you not guilty in your case?
Yes, because a student's right to receive education and grow as a human being is far more important than a school running more efficiently. As school running more efficiently leads to pay cuts, it leads to students not being engaged, and it leads to this disconnected environment. And however, with my personal interest in seeing students succeed, that far outweighs that efficiency.
And does students succeeding, would that also help determine school succeeding?
Absolutely, yes. If we have more students succeeding, then yes, then the school will continue to run more efficiently. However, just focusing on the efficient part, that's what's wrong.
And with your intentions of speaking out about CoreLink and with the court case, was that your own selfish intentions, or was there another motive behind that?
I was speaking for myself as well as speaking for the entire student body. It is their rights to receive a proper education, and that's what I was trying to give them.
Objection speculation. Mr. Portnoy can't possibly advocate for every single member of the student body.
Response?
As the department chair and a teacher for 20 years, and after he has found success in his ways of education, I think he is very able to testify on what he has found to be successful for the students, and therefore advocate for that success for the students.
Could you repeat it one more time? Sorry.
As Mr. Portnoy is the department chair and has been a teacher for 20 years and has found success with his students and his teaching methods, he should more than be able to testify about what the students can do to find success in learning.
And then could you, may the defendant provide the reasoning for the objection?
Your Honor, Mr. Portnoy has speculated on the minds and behalf of every single participant and member of the student body, which every school year we can agree that new students fill up that student body. No matter the experiences that Mr. Portnoy has, there is no way that he can 100% portray the belief and mindset of every single member of that student body.
May I respond, Your Honor?
You may respond.
While that is true, his job as department chair was to represent not only the math department, but the students, and determining what was best for them so they could find success in their own lives and their own education.
Objection overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Portnoy, going back to the Pickering test in part 2, so were you more concerned about your own success or the success of the students?
I was more concerned about the success of the students, as that's how a healthy school environment grows, and that's how schools become better for the students, better for the community, and better for itself.
Now, opposing counsel asked you a lot of questions about public concern and it already being addressed. Just because a public concern is talked about one time, does that mean it is fully addressed and no longer a concern?
No. A public concern being talked about one time just basically means there is a public concern. We're not talking about, if you don't have more discussions about it, this public concern is never addressed, it is never fixed, and this leads to a hostile community.
And even with multiple discussions about a public concern, does that make it fully addressed, or is it still present?
I don't think it's fully addressed until something's done about it. So since nothing was done about it, I don't think it was.
Going back to you being a teacher for 20 years and also a department chair, do you believe that standardized testing is the best way to measure success in students?
While I personally believe that standardized tests aren't the best way to go about measuring student success, it has proven its success in measuring students, and especially with it being implemented on a federal level. It's hard to say no to standardized tests these days. And so the best thing we can do about it is take those results and deal with them as we should and put students on a path to success.
And do you believe CoreLink would help address that, especially the issues with the minority students falling behind?
I believe CoreLink does help minority students in some way. However, it doesn't prevent them from falling behind. It just will send them farther down a spiral that they do not want to be on.
And so what do you believe would find ultimate success for these students, CoreLink or some other method?
Other methods which I have tried to implement and and I believe will fully work rather than the CoreLink program.
And one of these other methods, ability grouping, did you find more success in that than you think you would find in CoreLink?
Well, I can't say for certain, as CoreLink hasn't been fully fledged out in my school. I do believe ability grouping is a more positive for the school than CoreLink.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Does the defendant have any cross-examination questions?
Just a few, Your Honor.
Cross-examination may begin.
So, you just testified that you believe that focusing on the efficient parts of the school is wrong and that there should be more care provided to the inefficient workings, correct?
Absolutely. As when we provide this care, then, as a side effect, we do increase efficiency.
And the CoreLink program, as maybe not believed by you, but as advocated for by the principal and other faculty members, was implemented in order to address the inefficient workings of the school, correct?
Yes, but it seemed to only address the inefficient workings of the school. It didn't seem to take a student perspective on the issue.
Now, you also testified that only addressing the public concern once could lead to a hostile environment, correct?
That is correct.
But by openly calling your principal an autocratic and other faculty members several insults, does that not also simultaneously create a hostile environment?
It very well can, but it can also rally support. I mean, by taking a strong, firm stance on an issue, I believe I have rallied support behind my cause, and it has caused a united movement within the community.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Now the defense may bring their second witness to the stand.
The defense calls one of...
Wait, sorry. Do you guys, does the defense request for a recess?
Yes, we motion for a recess. Or how long? 10-minute recess.
Wait 1 sec. uh, 10-minute recess overruled. 5-minute recess will be granted instead.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We will be now going back on trial, or court, sorry. The, the defense may now bring their witness to the stand. Oh, sorry. Oh, can you please speak into the microphone?
Press the mic button.
Wait, sorry.
Press the mic
Press the mic button.
I call Silver High Middle School speech and debate coach.
Direct examination may happen, but there is only 4 minutes till mandatory recess.
Okay. I'll begin. What is your position at Silver High Middle School?
I am the speech and debate coach for Silver High Middle School.
Could you tell us a little bit about yourself?
I've been teaching for 10 years. I've led multiple teams to state level competitions, and I mainly prioritize policy and Lincoln Douglas debate.
What are your qualifications?
I went to Harvard Law School.
And what was your first impression of Miss Portnoy's words towards the staff in her memo?
It felt, once again, incredibly hostile. Her actions taken were personal, not in protest. It felt disingenuous. She did not address this as an issue she wanted to fix, but rather people she wanted to insult. As if she didn't really care about having the quarreling program changed, more that she just wanted to trash the people who had put it into place.
And did this impede your work?
Coworkers that I would usually work with to accomplish work were a lot more on edge. The staff was very divided among whether people agreed or disagreed with Ms. Portnoy, and many were generally very hateful. Her comments sparked a lot of controversy within the staff, and it really reduced our whole cooperativeness between all the staff as a whole.
Could you briefly explain, do you know what the Pickering test is?
I am aware of it from law school.
And could you briefly explain it to the judge?
From my understanding, from a couple years ago, the Pickering test is a process for determining whether government employees are protected under First Amendment rights. It's a two-factor test consisting of, firstly, whether the matter discussed by the government employee is of public concern, and secondly, if the first part is true, whether or not the government institution's interest in maintaining efficiency outweighs the government employee's interest in expressing that opinion.
Would you say the matter was of public concern?
I believe when the debate was open, she was very active and very openly against it. She submitted letters, discussed with high school faculty what her points, and overall was very adamant against the program, and she expressed that opinion frequently. Then I think it was public concern. But after its passing, teachers agreed that it was the correct decision. The public and parents of the children stopped talking about it, and it was generally agreed that the quarreling program's implementation was the correct issue. When she published that memo about way after quarreling had already been implemented, it was not public concern at that time, as it had already been agreed upon by the public through extensive debate.
And do you believe Ms. Portnoy has a legitimate interest in expressing her concerns about the quarreling program?
Her misuse of the open house event, using it as something to make a administrative statement and to degrade her coworkers rather than its intended purpose of introducing parents, I believe, from a legal standpoint, takes away all legitimacy her claims may have. They were brash and frankly just rude. And like I said, they sought less to argue against the quarreling program and more to insult those who had implemented it. And I believe that kind of removes the legitimacy that she could have.
Do you believe Ms. Portnoy interfered with the ability of the school to teach its students effectively?
As I've said, I I've had a lot more trouble working with coworkers recently. She has sparked a lot of controversy and divide within the ranks, as well as basically just destroying her relationship with Principal Skinner. In turn, both me and my coworkers have been talking about how we've been getting a lot less done, and the math department of the school has been on a very large downturn due to the disagreement between Ms. Portnoy and her higher ups.
Do you believe the interest of the school in maintaining the ability to teach its students a critical function of society outweighs the interest of Ms. Portnoy's expression of protest?
What this school does as a public school, teaching students under the government, I believe is incredibly important, and the plaintiff has testified to this multiple times. We both agree that the teaching of the youth is an incredibly important feature, but due to the fact that Ms. Portnoy directly disrupted that effort through her intrusive and rude comments, I believe that she has disrupted that function. Additionally, I believe that due to the illegitimate reasons behind her proposing of this contestation, that she her interest in expressing this opinion of hatred and insulting does not outweigh the school's interest in teaching the youth.
Thank you.
Is that all the remaining questions?
Yes.
All right. Mandatory, wait.
You want to hold this off until after the mandatory recess?
Yes, mandatory recess will be granted. It will be for 1 hour. Sorry. Not 1 hour. It will be granted until 11:50. Wait. Oh.
So we can continue.
Oh. Wait. Correction. Sorry. There will be no mandatory recess. It will be held at 11:50. Sorry. So, cross-examination may now begin.
How long have you known Mr. Portnoy?
I've known Ms. Portnoy since I started working at the school about 10 years ago.
As a speech and debate teacher, is that like an elective after-school activity, or is it an actual class?
It's an actual class within the school. It is considered an elective, but you do get credit for it, and it is done during the day.
Are you familiar with the math curriculum?
To a certain extent. I know that in recent times after her comments, it's been on a serious downturn. And I also was aware and argued for the implementation of the CoreLink program.
Do you know how CoreLink will affect the math curriculum?
It isn't really my concern, but as it was pitched, it seems like the combining of multiple subjects can assist students who have been on a downward trend in test scores as of recently.
You said earlier that she was breaking up the staff, like creating a divide. Can you describe that?
Sure. So something like that in a professional environment is very irregular. Her actions were incredibly unprofessional. And frankly unexpected from a lot of the staff. She'd always been vocal about this issue, but never to the personal extent at which she had gone with this memo. And it created a divide in the staff as many disagreed with her, some didn't. It kind of reopened up this debate that was previously closed just among the staff members. It created a divide between people who agreed with the insults that she had given about how, for example, Principal Skinner is autocratic, and created a lot of ideological divide with how the staff and coworkers regard each other in the school. This in turn made it a lot harder to teach, as there was a lot less of an open environment to accomplish work among the staff.
The prosecution rests.
Motion to redirect.
Motion sustained.
Do you think Ms. Portnoy satisfies the Pickering test?
I do not. As I've stated before.
Sorry. Could the defense repeat that question a bit slower? Sorry.
Do you think Ms. Portnoy satisfies the Pickering test?
I do not believe she is protected under the First Amendment in this case. From my experience at law school, she, as I've addressed, for her to be protected under the Pickering test, she would need to have two conditions fulfilled, and I believe she fulfills neither. Firstly, whether it's public concern. I addressed how after the Corling's implementation and debates, no parents or staff really disagreed with it other than her. It was a personal grievance of hers rather than a concern of the public, which I believe makes it so that she does not satisfy the Pickering test, in that debating about this program that has already been implemented and agreed upon by a majority of the people within the school is not a matter of public interest anymore within the context. Additionally, precedent was set for this. Connick specifically cites that any personal grievances of government employees cannot be considered public interest and are exempt from that consideration. This was a personal grievance. It was her personal opinion that she chose to continue to express and has led to significant discourse. On the second factor of the Pickering test, I believe she doesn't satisfy it either. We've all testified in here, the plaintiff and the defense, to the importance of teaching the youth. And I believe the illegitimate nature of Ms. Portnoy's proposed ideas, having it be insulting, rude, having it be used during a time when it was not intended to be, such as an open house, both make it so that her interest in expressing that and expressing those ideas are far much less than the interest in the school at maintaining its ability as a government institution to teach its students.
And can you define freedom of speech?
Freedom of speech under the First Amendment allows the free expression of ideas, but for government employees specifically, such as a school teacher, it has many exceptions due to the fact that a government needs to ensure that it runs efficiently to maintain the rule itself. This is specified a lot in Connick as well, and more set its precedent in Connick. And more specifically, because whenever I received a copy of the memo that Ms. Pickering was Ms. Portnoy was handing out during the open house, it was addressed at the top as Ms. Portnoy, the head of the department chair. That paper was published from a government employee. She did not publish it under her personal citizen identity. She published it under her professional government employee identity. And thus, she is accountable for the Pickering test that applies there.
Are you familiar with civil disobedience?
I am slightly familiar with civil disobedience.
Would you be able to define it?
I would.
Can you define it?
Civil disobedience often constitutes the act of discourse under law that is considered sort of in a gray area, and I believe Ms. Portnoy's actions and then saying that they are protected under the First Amendment is an example of civil disobedience.
Do you agree? Do you agree that Ms. Portnoy does not fall under the First Amendment?
I do. I believe that because she addressed herself as a government employee within her memo, she is thus subject to the Pickering test, which applies to government employees and freedom of speech. And under this rule, she does not pass either of the factors. The Corling program is no longer a matter of public interest, and additionally, the interest of teaching students far outweighs her illegitimate reasons for presenting this memo.
Thank you. I rest the prosecution.
Does the defense have any cross-examination questions or response?
Yes, Your Honor.
Granted.
All right, thank you. Now, you had stated that Mr. Portnoy's beliefs didn't fall within public concern, correct?
At the time that the memo was given, yes.
However, the concern of Mr. Portnoy was that he didn't believe students were getting ample and proper education that they deserved.
Could you rephrase it to a question?
You did, Mr. Pointnoy's beliefs, were they that in regards to students having rights to equal and proper education?
I can't really speculate on the reasons behind her beliefs. I just know she was strongly opposed to the Corling program.
And she was opposed to the Corling program because she felt that it didn't agree with students' rights to receive an education, as you heard from earlier testimony, correct?
I object.
Please provide a reasoning for the objection.
It's a leading question.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes, you may respond.
It's a cross-examination. It is the one and only time leading questions are allowed.
Okay.
Yeah, objection overruled.
So, as you heard from earlier testimony, Mr. Portnoy did testify to that her concern was with students not receiving ample education under test score.
Yes, the statistics support this too.
And however, you said, since you said that her ideas weren't within public concern, are you saying that students receiving ample education isn't a matter of public concern?
No, I'm saying that specifically to the Corling program, which is what she was opposed to within the memo. It's titled 6 Things Not to Like About the Corling Program. That specific to the Corling program, the debate had closed for it. And while it was a personal grievance, the public and the staff had agreed that the implementation of the Corling program was correct at the time. This, in turn, is why I say that her argument as to the Corling program, not to the ability of students to learn, is a personal interest, not a public interest.
No further questions. The prosecution rests.
The prosecution now may bring their third witness to the stand.
We would like to introduce a parent at open house as my witness.
Direct examination may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Could you please introduce yourself to the court?
Yes, I am Alan. I am a parent of a student that goes to Silver State High School, and I attended the open house.
When you attended the open house, which teacher did you speak to?
So I spoke to many teachers, including Portnoy, and then I also spoke to the coach of the speech and debate team. What I received from them, or what I could tell from a specific thing I could tell from the speech and debate coach, is that he did have a lot of strong beliefs against Portnoy. I don't believe their relation is that much of a healthy one, or well, of a he had strong opposing views about Mr. Portnoy.
Well, then, did you feel comfortable at the open house?
So yeah, it was actually really comfortable. It was a nice event to get to go to. Mr. Portnoy was a leading speaker, and I feel like they were they showed a lot of hospitality for all of the parents there.
Just to clarify, sorry, who is they? Sorry.
Mr. Portnoy.
And at the open house, what did Mr. Portnoy give you and the other parents?
So yeah, what Mr. Portnoy provided on the tables is he laid down 2 pamphlets, both of which we could just pick up. It said, please take one, so yeah.
So, if I'm hearing what you're saying correctly, you're saying that the pamphlets were distributed via a table?
Yes, they were laid out on a table. They were not distributed by any person. We could pick them up at on our own volition.
So, you didn't feel as if you were forced to pick up the pamphlet?
Not at all. As I said, they were laid out on the table, so any parent could just go up and take one. No one was forced to take one or given one by any teacher at the open house.
And what did these pamphlets entail?
So yeah, they were about the Core Link program, which previously to the open house, us parents were not made. We were not told about the program being instated, and it was also about how the program was harmful towards our students, which I also believe is true. It stated a lot of good points, 6 points in there, and yeah, it was about how the program was harmful, which was very insightful for us parents, seeing as how we didn't know of the program previous to the open house.
And seeing the information inside of the pamphlet, how did it make you react?
So obviously I was concerned for my student, as I'm not sure why they would want to change the curriculum, especially as after how successful it's been for our students, as I've seen. Yeah, I wouldn't want to enroll my student in that curriculum because I really don't see the how it would work for our students. I see how it's harmful towards them, though.
Did you or any of the parents try to make an effort to ask Mr. Portnoy about the pamphlet?
So yeah, we went up to him during the open house and asked different questions. Most of us were confused about the program, not because of Portnoy's pamphlets, but because of the school not telling us about what the program was or when they would instate it.
And do you believe that this information in the pamphlets was important to know?
Yes, very extremely. I feel though as if as a parent, I should be able to know what my student is learning, how they're learning it, and how that affects their education. I feel as though the school's failure to tell us teachers about the program is unprofessional.
So then would you agree that it's fair that Mr. Portnoy was disciplined for giving the parents this information?
I don't believe it was fair. What I feel like Mr. Portnoy was trying to do was just expressing his concerns for our students. As a teacher of 20 years, I'm sure he knows a lot about what's good for our students, and I have a lot of trust in him. So yeah, I don't believe So yeah, I don't believe it was fair for him to be disciplined for just simply telling us parents about vital information that we should know.
And I'm sorry if I didn't hear you earlier, but the school didn't make any effort to tell the parents about this previous to the open house?
None at all. We didn't get any message to our emails, phone messages, calls. The only way I learned about it was through the open house, through Mr. Portnoy.
And as a parent, how does that make you feel?
Scared. If my student is going to a school that doesn't tell their parents what they're learning, what they're doing in the school, I'm not sure if their admin or their principal, whoever signed whoever made the program or instituted it, is trustworthy.
And finally, do you believe that Mr. Portnoy was acting in the best interest of your child?
So yes, I do believe so. My child does have a really close relationship with Mr. Portnoy as a teacher. I believe he's helped my children throughout their whole high school career. So yeah, uh, I do believe he was doing it in the best interest for our students. Yeah.
Thank you. No further questions at this time.
Cross-examination may now begin.
Would you say that this case is about the First Amendment or about the CoreLink program?
I believe it is about the First Amendment. Mr. Portnoy was simply trying to state his concerns for our students. It's not about it is about the CoreLink program, but only to a certain extent.
By Portnoy putting on the pamphlet that they are the head of the math department, would you say that that is an endorsement of the math department for that pamphlet and the points against the CoreLink program?
I wouldn't say it's an endorsement, but more a establishing why he has the right to protest for our students. Since he's the chair, I feel like he has a very important voice in what happens. And I think it is fair that he could speak up about it, seeing as he wasn't talked to about the program. They didn't run it through him. They just made it without his knowledge.
During Portnoy's examination in this courtroom, they stated that they wanted to disrupt the implementation of the CoreLink program. Would you say that doing that would harm the students of the school? Yes or no?
No, I wouldn't. The CoreLink program does have a lot of flaws, and I feel that Mr. Portnoy was only simply stating those flaws and making it known to us teachers, us parents. So if it was disrupted, I feel like if the curriculum that we already have is successful, why implement a new one that may be harmful for our students?
So by disrupting the only educational program, the only standardized educational program in the school, it is not harming the children.
Objection, actually, if I may, Your Honor. That would be hearsay. It is not known that the core program is the only one that is instated at the school.
Response?
This is not hearsay, it is not, as it is not an outward statement.
Wait, can I have the prosecution's reason for the response again? Objection again, sorry.
I objected because the question that was asked was more of a rumor than it was something that has been explicitly stated, as it is known that there was previously a different form of education that was not the CoreLink program.
I'm sorry, I meant to say out-of-court statement, not outward. It is not an out-of-court statement.
Sorry, can you repeat your reasoning? Could the defendant please state their reasoning again? Sorry.
My statement was not an out-of-court statement.
I'm sorry, may the defense please restate their full reasoning from the beginning? Not just that it's an out of court statement, but what they mentioned previously.
What I mentioned previously was simply just a speaking error on my behalf.
Sorry for clarification, I meant the rumor that you suggest that you were talking about earlier.
What I stated is that the CoreLink program currently implemented is the main program for teaching core classes. And by disrupting that program, that was a statement. The CoreLink program is the main and only program for core classes in the school.
I'm going to overrule that objection for now then.
Something else that has been failed to be mentioned. The open house that the school held was not the only open forum. Would you say that the school district having having hearings on the CoreLink program is not also an open discussion and would thus give Port May more time than they stated to argue against the CoreLink program?
Well, from my knowledge, Portnoy was not a part of that discussion. They never brought it up to Mr. Portnoy. So I don't see how he could have had time to talk about it or discuss it. As stated, the principal tentatively instated the program without the knowledge of Mr. Portnoy, or without Mr. Portnoy having knowledge of it.
If Mr. Portnoy did not have knowledge of it, then how could they have sent letters to the press beforehand?
So Mr. Portnoy did not have knowledge when it was instated, but he didn't send the letters to the press beforehand. He sent them after he found out about the program being added to the curriculum. So I'm not sure what you're trying to ask.
Would you say that by insulting coworkers, it would cause disruption throughout the school?
So I get that it might be disruptive, but I don't think it was insulting his coworkers, more of expressing concern about his coworkers. And also, if it was disruptive, why are they only taking action now? I feel like it's more disruptive if he sends a memo to his fellow peers and to the press, rather than an open house where he just laid the pamphlet for anyone to grab it.
The prosecution hasn't. No, not prosecution. Sorry. I have no further questions, Your Honors.
Mr. Portnoy, can you please come to the stand?
What do you want to clarify? Do you want...
Okay, I was wondering, so you talked about a committee session to implement the core linked program. Was that before or after the program was implemented?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
You talked about a committee session to implement the core link program. Was this before or after the program was implemented?
To my knowledge, the principal implemented the program by himself, and then afterwards there was a committee for community discussion over the implementation of the Corling program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Portnoy, to your knowledge, were there only teachers in this conference, or were there parents and teachers?
It was a general school meeting, so I believe there was faculty, parents, anyone who felt they needed to be there.
Okay, thank you.
Before we go to the defense's witness, I believe, did the prosecutor have any? Did the prosecutor have a redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Now. Oh, wait one second. Uh, uh, the judges would like to call the defendant to the stand.
Yes, Your Honors. The defense calls Skinner, Principal Skinner, to the
Oh,
stand.
wait, sorry. We only have 7 minutes till mandatory recess. Would you like to call the witness, your witness, to the stand? Or would you like to call your direct examination now, or would you like to call for recess?
I would like to call for recess for now.
Recess granted.
Thank you.
We will be moving from recess to mandatory recess. Before that happens, does the defendant or plaintiff have any commentary?
None, Your Honor.
None, Your Honor.
Does no one want to redirect or recross?
Yes, we would like to redirect the parent of a student from the middle school.
That will be happening after the mandatory recess.
All right, thank you, Your Honor.
We would also like to later recall some witnesses that are still being decided on.
That will. Wait, call witnesses or new?
Recall witnesses.
All right, that will happen after their redirection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Is it possible to introduce new witnesses not introduced at the beginning of the case?
Huh?
Do we want to make it fun? Just we don't want new witnesses. First one I do professional. Second one we can kind of mess around. All in favor of putting new witnesses.
New witnesses may not be called.
Oh yeah, but yes, the prosecution may be allowed to recall their witnesses as long as all witnesses have gone.
We will be now going to mandatory recess.
Put it to highest volume. What is this?
Talking to the mic.
Can they hear?
Hello? Okay. We will be starting the court session the moment our other judge comes back. Can both the uh, sorry, the prosecutor and defendant confirm that all members are here?
Yes, Your Honor, we are all present.
Yes, Your Honor, we are all present.
All right. Before court gets back into session, we would like the prosecutors to reintroduce themselves. Please state your name and position for the record, and please speak into the mic.
My name is Alan Aviles. I'm district attorney.
I'm Ryan Davis, district attorney.
My name is Damian Vasquez. I'm district attorney.
My name is Omar Duran Saldivar. I'm district attorney.
My name is Chase Crampton. I'm a district attorney from Bill Valley.
My name is Caleb Little. I'm the district attorney for Marty.
The prosecutors may now be seated. Now the defendants, please rise. Please reintroduce yourself as well as stating your position into the mic.
I'm Azazel Chavez from the city of Howard, and I'm the Attorney General appointee.
My name is Herberto Reyes from Bill Valley, and I'm a Attorney General appointee.
My name is Austin Blanco. I'm the Attorney General, and I am from J-Town.
My name is Louis Dutchover, and I am from Anderson City, as well as I am a appointee of the Attorney General.
My name is Jair Maldonado, and I'm from Marty.
My name is Mike Jaratmi Boboratat from Anderson, and I'm a general attorney appointee.
The defendant may now just be seated. And now we will be, now court will be back in recession, as with the defendant accept the request for redirect. The defendant now may begin the redirection.
What kind of specific language did Portnoy use in their letter on open house?
This is a redirect, if I'm just to make sure. Isn't. Oh, so recross, not a redirect. Okay. What? No, I know, but. Yeah, okay. That's why I was like, wait. Yeah. Yeah, no. May the prosecution recross. Or redirect.
So, as I asked earlier, do you think that the principal nor the school not including the information was kind of a violation as a parent to you?
So yes, I do think it was unprofessional on their part, not letting us parents know what our students are going to be going through, what curriculum they're going through, and yeah, I just think it was unprofessional, and it does harm some of the parents.
Wait, just to clarify, you believe it is unprofessional that they did not tell you the program, correct?
Yes, that they did not announce it to us parents.
All right, thank you.
And you also said that the CoreLink program, or my apologies, Mr. Portnoy telling the parents about the CoreLink program was in the best interest of you and your child?
Yes, I do believe so. He provided useful information as well as a good pamphlet titled CoreLink, Why Do We Need It, I believe. And he just provided a bunch of different points for us parents to really think about what the CoreLink program is and what it brings to the school, as well as how it could be harmful for our students and their education.
All right, I think we're all caught up. No further questions.
The defendant, do you have any questions for recross? Recross may begin.
Earlier you said you picked up one of the pamphlets, correct?
Yes, I did.
Did the pamphlet have exact language to which Portnoy speaks about his coworkers?
What do you mean by exact language?
Any harmful language that could be interpreted as offensive towards coworkers and individuals within the school?
I don't think there was anything really offensive, but more critical about. Yeah, the language was more critical than offensive, in my opinion.
Do you believe the term pile of garbage is objective?
I don't believe he was referring to his peers when he said that. I think he was talking about the program. So, are you asking about the program or the peers? Which one? Yeah, which one are you referring to?
Let me read the program then. I'm so sorry.
So, do I think he had any offensive words for the program?
Yes.
Once again, I don't think it's offensive. I feel like it's more of a critical statement about the program. He may have elaborated further on why he thinks it's a pile of trash. But once again, it's our First Amendment. We can say whatever we want about it's free speech.
On another note, Portnoy did mention his coworkers in a term of autocratic and clandestine. Would you not consider that offensive?
I could see how that could be seen as offensive, yes. But once again, it is a free speech country. We can say whatever we want about, as long as it's not too radical. So yeah, I don't believe, maybe it was seen as offensive, but it is subjective.
I'd like to move on to your previous statement about speaking to the debate coach. Is that okay?
Sure.
So, did you mention about, okay, in your previous statement, did you or did you not comment on the speculated relationship between Portnoy and the debate coach?
All I said is that I believe they don't have, or well, he has very strong opposing views about Mr. Portnoy. That's all I said.
And what made you believe that?
So as he said, he did say his relationship within the workforce has been, I'm not sure what he said, but crumbling, let's say. And once again, I don't know, he did not talk. Yeah, he was just, the way he talked about Mr. Portnoy seems as though they were not on good terms.
And you have not heard Portnoy's side of this, correct?
No, I have not. He did not speak any ill.
On another note, you did mention your child only speaks good of Mr. Portnoy, correct?
Could you re-ask that question? Sorry.
You did mention previously that your child speak in good terms about Mr. Portnoy towards you, correct?
So yeah, they have a good relationship, is what I said. So yes, he does speak in good terms of Mr. Portnoy, since he's a good teacher in his eyes and in my eyes.
Are you very active in the education community of your child's school?
So yeah, I do read whatever the school announces, which is why I believe it was harmful that the board or the admin did not release an announcement about the new program.
Real quick, do you think Mr. Portnoy is a good math teacher?
Yes, and I do believe he has the experience to back that. As he said, I believe 20 years of experience. So yes, I do believe he's a good math teacher, and from what my children tell me.
The defense has no further questions.
Would the defendant like to request or get their third witness? Yes.
The defense wants to call upon Mr. Skinner as our next witness.
Yes. The witness may rise to the stand. The direct examination may begin.
Good morning, Mr. Skinner.
Good morning.
Can you please tell us a little bit about yourself?
Well, I'm Mr. Skinner. I'm the principal of the school that I cherish so deeply, Silver State Middle School. I've been here for a very long amount of time. It's almost like too long to even put an exact number on it. I really cherish the school here, the faculty, the community I've created along my time here, and I cherish every day that I'm allowed to have the privilege of being a principal for the school.
Thank you, Mr. Skinner. Can you explain to us the ongoing issue with standardized testing at your middle school?
Well, unfortunately, Silver State Middle School has been experiencing low standardized test scores, specifically dealing with math. And this is a severe problem to the school, as many schools, including mine, receive funding based on the performance of our students, and the lower that the standardized test scores are, the lower our funding is, and it's just a real detriment. And I've been trying, as principal, to fix that problem throughout my tenure here.
So, with this ongoing issue, what was your response to tackle this issue head on?
Well, I had stumbled upon this new program that many other schools surrounding Silver State Middle School were using, called the Corling program, which essentially implements math into other program areas in order for students to have a better understanding of how math applies in the real world, in hopes of increasing our standardized test scores. And it was never made, and the Corling program was never made to be a mandatory to enter. Every parent had the option whether they could send their student into the Corling program or whether or not to keep them out of it.
So, what were the other teachers' responses to this optional program?
They were mostly well received. We had some discourse in the newsletter, but following that, we received a majority support, especially from our speech and debate teacher here, which we're really lucky to have, as he went to Harvard Law. And most of the faculty and staff were on board with the program.
You say most, but what was Mr. Portnoy's reaction to the program?
Well, Mr. Portnoy, he was against it from the get-go. He even went as far as to call me an autocratic leader, and he never really tried having a calm negotiation about it. From the get-go, it was insulting me and other members of the staff, and he was just really against the program.
Can you explain in specific some ways Mr. Portnoy made his opinion heard during the public comment period?
Well, he wrote a memo, which, as I mentioned, called me an autocratic leader and insulted other members of our faculty here. And then he wrote a letter to the newsletter, which opened up public discourse and discussion on the matter of whether or not to implement the Corling program into our school. Me and several other faculty members supported it. Mr. Portnoy was against it, obviously, and we allowed for the public and parents to give their own input on the program to see if we needed to make any necessary changes before we implemented it, and to see if they were on board in the first place.
Now, during all this activity from Mr. Portnoy, at any moment did you attempt to silence him and his protest?
No. As a matter of fact, Mr. Portnoy here testified earlier that he received no punishment prior to what happened on open house day. We were glad to have the discussion on whether or not to implement it, especially with Mr. Portnoy being here for 20 years, a veteran teacher, the department chair of our math department. We respect his opinion, and that's why we allowed him to introduce it within the newsletter and within the memo he provided to us. No matter the insults, we allowed for him to speak his original opinion.
And you allowed him to speak his original opinion during the public comment period, correct?
Yes, he openly provided his opinion within the newsletter.
So after the public comment period ended and CoreLink was implemented, how did you mandate the transition?
Well, as I said earlier, we announced that we were implementing the CoreLink program and then we gave parents the option whether to enroll their student into it, and in order to give us more input on whether or not to keep it and whether it would be successful in the future. And we also gave them the option to keep them out of it, because as principal, we never want to force our parents and students into one specific direction. We always want that second option for them and never to force them to do anything that they don't want to do.
Thank you. But after the public comment period, Mr. Portnoy continued to protest the curriculum, correct?
Yes, so we had implemented the program on April 30th, and then just 10 days later during open house, which is a day to be celebrating our students' accomplishments, I became aware, or one of my secretary became aware of the fact that Mr. Portnoy had manuals and pamphlets within his classroom discussing why the parents should be against, 6 reasons why the parents should be against the CoreLink program. And in this, he also included the prior memo that disrespected and disregarded faculty staff, and he even included more insults within the pamphlet.
Now, upon learning of this, did this strain your relationship with Mr. Portnoy?
I mean, yeah. Originally, I was mostly okay with him calling me an autocratic leader. Everyone's entitled to their own opinions. And prior to implementing the CoreLink program, there was no problem with whether or not he would have any hindering to the success of the program. But at this point, 10 days into implementing it, he spoke out again. And as department chair, as the chair for the math department, he completely went against the program that he himself would have to implement and help implement. And this would just completely halt any possible success of the CoreLink program. And just 10 days in, I don't believe there was any reason to.
All right, just to clarify, correct me if I'm wrong, the CoreLink program only was in session for only 10 days?
From April 30th, and the open house occurred on May 9th.
Okay, so then the program started on April 30th, correct?
Yes.
All right, thank you.
So, as the principal of the school, did you believe this drama was creating a lack of efficiency within your ability to instruct students?
I do, because the blatant insults that were littered throughout that manual and the memo disorganized the staff, and there was a clear separation and divide between the faculty members, and I was super disappointed to see that, because I was really looking forward to see the implementation of this program, and I believe that Mr. Portnoy's argumentation against it divided the staff and hindered our ability to implement it to its fullest extent.
Thank you. So just to clarify, why was it there that you decided to take action and demote Mr. Portnoy?
Well, at that point, we had already opened up the implementation of the program to the public with the newsletter, which we were perfectly okay with. But by the time that it was already implemented, him speaking out so harshly against us and with such a high position within the school sets the program back to an extent that we can't tolerate if we want to improve the learning environment for our students.
Sorry, just to clarify, so when, wait, what was the teacher's name? Sorry.
Mr. Portnoy?
Yeah, when Mr. Portnoy made the news report, was the program in session during or no?
No, it was not.
Okay.
Now, one final question. Do you believe, as head of the school in charge of ensuring the efficiency and success of the students of America, Mr. Portnoy was interfering with his goal?
He was severely interfering with the goal of us trying to raise the standardized test scores for our students, provide them a better education for the future, and create more equity across students within our student body.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, permission to cross-examine.
Yes, cross-examine may begin.
Right. Mr. Skinner, what are the teacher's duties during an open house?
Primarily, they are to celebrate the successes of the students within the school as they take place during May 9th, which is around the end of the school year. So we really just want to hold primarily a celebration for the students and all their hard work throughout the school year.
Mr. Skinner, how long have you worked in education?
Longer than 15 years. This is my first principal job, but I was an assistant principal for a different middle school within the state of Nevada.
What is your opinion on Mr. Portnoy?
I really respect Mr. Portnoy. You know, working for 20 years, been with us for 20 years. Math chair department. He's a respectable man, and I don't hold any grudges against him, but the speech that was included in his memo, in his manual, the way he spoke out against our faculty and me definitely strained our relationship and made it slightly uncomfortable to even approach him, as it seemed that he didn't really want to talk to me.
Thank you. What are you going to do about the lack of unity among your staff due to Mr. Portnoy?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Reason?
Sustain it.
Objection sustained.
What efforts did you perform to inform parents and staff about CoreLink?
Well, within our school newsletter that we encourage parents to read, they originally saw the dispute over the implementation of the CoreLink program in the first place. And alongside with this, we informed them that they had the decision on whether or not to enroll their students into the program or if they wanted to opt out of it and keep the same education for their students.
According to Mr. Portnoy, he said that you didn't go to any of the staff before implementing CoreLink. Is that true?
That is not true. It's not that I didn't go to any of the staff. Originally, I did not ask Mr. Portnoy straight up for his opinions on the implementation of the CoreLink program, but we still heard them after his memo, and we still allowed him to partake in the public discourse, and we allowed him to express his opinion originally.
Why was Mr. Portnoy punished after he sent out the memo? What I mean is, why do you punish him for informing parents about CoreLink instead of punishing him for what you say he had bad words in his memo?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative.
Reason?
I'm just asking if he has a problem with why he had a problem with when he was handing out pamphlets instead of the first time.
Objection sustained.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Would the defendant like to recross, or are they done?
Redirect?
Yeah, I'm in redirect. Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, just real quick, if Your Honor allows it.
Yeah, the redirect will be granted.
All right. One last time. Why was it that Mr. Portnoy was only not punished, but received responsibility or received just punishment after the open house?
Because at that point, the Corling program had already been implemented. With such a high ranking within our school department, and labeling his ranking on the manual that he gave out during open house, the department chair of the math department, using that government title to enforce his position on our Corling program, he was inserting his own interest in moving against the implementation of our program in order to help our students, which completely hindered any hope of successfully implementing this program in the future.
Quick question. So, was the memo he wrote only sent to staffs and teachers?
Yes, originally only with the faculty and members. The memo was only shared with me and the faculty. Then Mr. Portnoy wrote a separate letter, sent it to the newsletter, which opened up the public discourse. And then on open house, he included the original memo that was only shared with faculty within the manual.
Mr. Skinner, did you believe with a reasonable suspicion that his opinion on your program or your staff would hinder the program's success?
I think with such a high ranking position within our school faculty, especially relating to the math department, which is what we were trying to target, he could have easily fought against implementing the program to its fullest extent, and his movement with the parents against the program could have easily hindered the successes of the program.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Would the prosecutor like to request a recross, or are they
Yes, I'd like to have a recross.
recross granted?
If one of your staff members feel like it's a cause for concern, should they be able to bring it up to the public without consequence?
Yes, they should, prior to the implementation of the program, because that's exactly what we allowed here with the Corling program. We allowed Mr. Portnoy to open up his beliefs within the newsletter, and we took opinions from even people within our own community and evaluated the extent to which we believed that the Corling program would be successful within our school. And by allowing him to express his opinion, we evaluated several sides of the argumentation for implementing it, and that's why originally he wasn't punished or reprimanded for expressing it.
I have no more questions, Your Honor.
Okay. Would the prosecutor like to bring up their witness to the stand? Wait. Oh, wait. Sorry. Would the defense like to redirect?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Yeah, that will be granted. You may approach the stand. Wait.
So, when approving the CoreLink program, did you consult with Mr. Portnoy at all? Yes or no, please?
Not originally, but later on we included his opinion.
I asked for a yes or no.
And I told you not originally, but that's not a yes or no question.
Thank you. Now, earlier, you said you had a lot of respect for Mr. Portnoy, correct?
Yes, I did.
And if you have a respect for a peer, especially one like Mr. Portnoy, who is the chair of the math department, you would allow him to have a voice when approving a program this big and with this much influence on the curriculum, correct?
We did let him have a voice within the public discourse that we saw within our public community, our faculty, and including Mr. Portnoy.
But originally, you did not have him let him have a say when approving the program, correct?
Please repeat the question.
Originally, when you approved the program, you did not have him have a say or consult with him at all about the program, correct?
Well, I hadn't approved the program yet. It was a thought we were considering. And no, I hadn't brought up the thought to Mr. Portnoy yet. And then he expressed his concerns against us implementing such a program, which we allowed him to express his opinion.
So prior to finalizing the implementation of the program, you never talked directly to Mr. Portnoy about it, correct?
One-on-one, unless you can include the memos that he sent specifically to us, then I could say that not directly, no.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Would the defendant like to recross? Or redirect? Oh, wait. Redirect, sorry.
No, Your Honor.
All right. And now, would the prosecution like to... what? Is it closing statement already?
Can I rephrase my question?
Do you have another witness, or is that all?
Yes, Your Honor. The prosecution would like to call the education expert, John D., to the stand.
What the... what? What the... witness may approach the stand.
Now, Mr. John D., you're an educational professional. Where did you go to school?
I went to Harvard, where I received a law education, where I then transferred to, I actually then transferred to a post-grad school for my education degree.
So, having a law degree, you would then know quite a bit about the Pickering test.
Yes, that is correct. I'm very familiar with the Pickering test.
Could you explain for us how the Pickering test works?
Yes, the Pickering test is implemented in order to, it essentially limits the free speech capabilities that government and school professionals have in their workplace settings. Specifically, it outlines that for the Pickering test to not be in effect, that there must be some level of public concern, and that public concern must outweigh, in this case, the school's body level of efficiency.
And after hearing about this case, would you say that education and success of students is of public concern?
Absolutely, I believe it should be everyone's concern.
would you say that school success and efficiency, that student success would go towards that?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, the better students are doing in a school, the more that, teachers and admin are able to step back and, just really let a school run itself and be more efficient.
And so by that, Mr. Portney, he was talking about how he wanted the students, he was advocating for their success in education. Is that true?
Yes, to my knowledge, Mr. Portnoy's main argument was that the the core link program would hinder higher level of education and thus government efficiency or school efficiency.
So would that then pass the first part of the Pickering test?
Yes, it is in my expert opinion that I believe Mr. Portnoy's claims and pamphlets pass the first step of the Pickering test.
Would this advocation for the student success also, would that go towards the school's best interest when taking into account efficiency and success?
Yes, it would.
So then, would that also pass the second part of the Pickering test?
Yes, it is in my expert opinion that Mr. Portnoy's agenda passes the second part of the Pickering test, and thus both parts of the Pickering test.
So then, Mr. Portnoy, he had the right to speak freely because of this Pickering test. Is that what you're saying here?
Yes. Once again, in my expert opinion, I believe that the free speech limitations...
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation.
Your Honor, may I respond?
Yes, you may respond.
Throughout these whole questions, we have outlined how not only does this witness have a degree in law, so he knows about the Pickering test, but we went through the case and what Mr. Portnoy said and how it relates to the Pickering test. Therefore, we have provided adequate foundation.
Your Honor, in order for the witness to testify as an expert, they need to go through 4 trenches where they need to, well, I'm not necessarily going to give the trenches, but today this witness is here to testify for the Board of Education, and he hasn't met the criteria in order to testify as a lawyer, in order to talk about the Pickering test, so he cannot testify on this as of yet.
Objection sustained. Develop the related foundation for expert witness, and you may ask again.
Mr. John D., what materials did you review when preparing for this case?
Yes, I looked at all information provided by Mr. Portnoy, including his memo and pamphlet provided at the open house, as well as any information regarding the school's implementation of the core link program at their school.
And how do you conduct your investigations and preparation?
Yes, in this situation, I looked at, well, normally what I do is I look at all available material and I base my expert opinion on those materials available. And that's exactly what I did in this case. I looked at the materials supplied by Mr. Portnoy, and I found that, he's entirely in the right here, that he has a right to free speech.
So going back to my previous question about the Pickering test.
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation. I'm a bit confused if this witness is here to testify as an attorney in the law or over the Board of Education, because if so, he'd have to go back and redo the prongs for the Board of Education and how his knowledge applies here. And if not, I move that any statement made before, besides the Pickering test, be removed from the record.
Your Honor, may I respond?
You may.
We have laid adequate foundation to show that he is certified in not only education but also law. We have met all 4 prongs of Rule 702, which allows testimony by experts.
This witness has not gone through all 4 prongs for education.
Could opposing counsel please direct us to which prong we missed?
That's not my job, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I believe we have met all 4 prongs, and if opposing counsel is unable to do so, we have met the education prong. We have met methods they used, how they're reliable, and that they applied their methods to this case.
I just want to clarify. So, is this for the Board of Education or for the Foundation for Harvard Law?
Both, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I'm not entirely sure this witness has gone through the prong of stating their methods and processes through looking at a case like this. They have stated general information and outside information they use to apply to this case, but not the general procedure of how they go through a case like this.
Would there be clarification on sort of the procedures and the reliability of the methods from Harvard Law School that?
Yes, I have thoroughly analyzed all documents provided by Mr. Portnoy. And I have applied those methods to this case as learned from Harvard.
Your Honor, objection. I believe this witness made it clear that he went to Harvard for law school, but after the fact went to a different college to get his degree in education. So I'm not entirely sure what this witness is testifying about using his Harvard expertise to expertise himself in the Board of Education.
Objection sustained. If you could explain more on the postgraduate school that you went to, that sort of gave you the abilities to apply your Board of Education knowledge to these procedures.
Mr. D, could you please elaborate on your postgraduate education relating to education?
Yes, I attained my master's in administrative education, which has allowed me to not only learn how to run schools efficiently, but also look at more in-depth at curriculums, which applies sufficiently to this case, given the relevance to the Core Link program as being applied to this middle school.
You may continue with your cross now. You're direct.
Going back for the 3rd time now, so with this Pickering test, after going through this and finding that she was advocating for the students and that the student success was in the school's best interest for efficiency and success, would Mr. Portnoy's speech or her pamphlet then be protected under the Pickering test?
Absolutely would be protected under the Pickering test, which in this case means that Mr. Portnoy has every right to speak out, and that's exactly what he did. And so, yeah.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Would the defendant like to recross? Wait, what? Just to cross, sorry. I forgot. This is the first one.
Yes, real quick, Your Honor. So you,
sorry.
I'm sorry.
Cross-examination may begin.
So, Mr. D, you here testified that Mr. Portnoy was within his every right to make these statements, correct?
Yes, that is correct, as due to him passing the Pickering test.
Okay, and I'd like to touch up on that Pickering test. You noted 2 prongs one had to go through for the Pickering test to apply, correct?
Yes, the first being that there must be some level of public concern, and the second being that public concern must outweigh the school's concern in relation to school efficiency.
Can you explain to us how public concern outweighed the school's efficiency in this case to meet the second prong for this to even be applied?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, in this case, the public concern is that their students aren't getting ample education and proper education, and so that they can't rise and grow and become proper young adults of America. And in this case, I think that heavily outweighs the importance of school efficiency, as that's the main reason why the Core Link program was passed in this school in the first place, was to improve school efficiency. However, in this case, all that does is worsen the level of education these students are receiving. And so I believe it is more important that these students receive better education than having more efficient school being ran.
However, this Core Link program was optional, correct?
To some degree, yes, it was.
Can you explain what you mean by to some degree?
I mean, obviously it was optional, but I mean, this is.
No further questions, Your Honor.
The prosecution requests a redirect after he was so rudely cut off.
The prosecutor may have their redirect.
Now, Mr. D, while the students were able to opt out of this Core Link program, was that the default choice for education within the school?
No, typically a lot when we look at schools, especially middle schools that are run like this, really any agenda pushed by a board of education, admin, principal, anything like that is typically seen across the entire school. As I will say that, making sure that every classroom is following a similar agenda in same curriculum is efficient to some level, right? However, I think instead of, I think just not even having the Core Link program in the first place.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Reason? Sorry.
For him, or you want me to respond?
Oh, yeah, I would like you to respond, prosecutor.
Your Honor, we're talking directly about Core Link and how it relates to the school and the Pickering test and all that. That's literally the heart of this case.
I was talking about Core Link, but I would like to state that whether or not this witness feels like Core Link should have been applied at all isn't really part of this discussion here. And we're talking about First Amendment rights. And the fact is, Core Link was an opt-in program, so this doesn't really have any bearing to this case.
Your Honor, I would like to make a judicial notice.
Go ahead.
This would be reading directly from the facts section of the bench memo. On page 1, first paragraph of facts, the Core Link program would neither, wait, hang on. Yeah. This new curriculum, called Core Link, would link math with core literature and social studies subjects. This format differed from traditional format, which math had been taught by a teacher specializing only in math, in which students were tracked by ability level. The Core Link program would neither contain math specialists nor ability grouping.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
But parents could opt out of the Core Link program to have their children placed in a traditional class, meaning that I don't know why it's plugging. That means by default, they had to opt out. They were not opting in. They were having to opt out of this program, meaning by default, these students were being placed in this Core Link program.
Then I would like to retract my objection, and I'm not entirely sure this is a judicial notice, but I would just like to let you know that I retract that statement.
You may continue, or the prosecutor may continue.
Now, Mr. D, I've got one final question. Do you believe that the Core Link program, that it would help students, and if not, do you think it was right to speak out against it?
I think in terms of if the Core Link program is helpful to schools, I think that depends on a school-by-school basis. And in this case, I don't think the Core Link program would have been successful given the 20-year tenure that Mr. Portnoy had in effectively using, non-Core Link agendas and initiatives to push proper education into these kids. And I think that, if it were to be brought into this school and properly saw out that there would be a massive decrease in the level of education these students would be receiving. So I think it was entirely appropriate for Mr. Portnoy to speak out in the way that he did.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Your Honor, permission for a recross.
Recross granted.
All right, now you believe that Mr. Portnoy, having 20 years of experience, he was doing a pretty good job on his own dictating how math would work in the school, correct?
I think he was perfectly fine as a department chair, yes.
However, it is true that the school's standardized test scores were decreasing year by year. Is that correct?
As I've stated in my previous testimony, school test scores across the entire nation, the entire nation are decreasing. It's a trend that we're seeing as this generation continues to grow, and I don't think that putting all that blame on Mr. Portnoy is appropriate.
So you do believe that CoreLink itself is an idea to try to attempt to boost these test scores, correct?
CoreLink is a program in an attempt to remove discriminatory education in schools. I don't necessarily, if its primary focus is to raise test scores. However, it can help in certain cases.
However, at this middle school, it was minorities facing these lower standardized test scores and the ones feeling the impact of a failure of math education, correct?
Yes, and that is, again, unfortunately, what we're seeing across the entire nation.
And you stated yourself that, what's the program's name? Crosslink? You stated yourself that Crosslink itself was in efforts to help to boost test scores within this group, this demographic, correct?
CoreLink is an attempt to do that. However, it is my personal opinion that it is entirely unsuccessful at doing that.
However, the parents still had the option to opt out of this program if they saw the program in the same way you did, correct?
I guess so, but again, I don't think that would be a very smart choice, as the school is most likely to put its best educators in the agenda and curriculum it's trying to push. And, if a student were to be opted out of the CoreLink program, they'd be placed in a class that, maybe has, a couple of students, and I don't think any parent would want to do that to their kid. And so I don't think if we were to see CoreLink longer at this middle school that we would have seen any opt-outs. It definitely felt forced.
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Would the prosecutor like to respond?
Could the opposing counsel please explain their objection?
Please explain could the defendant please explain their objection? Sorry.
This witness was testifying and suspecting on events that would occur throughout the year. And while I understand he is a Board of Educatee, I don't necessarily think that he has the ability to see into the future and suspect what will go on within the school year, especially how the demographic seems to keep changing at this middle school, which he himself testified earlier.
While my expert cannot see into the future because he's not some magician or anything, he did testify how he is a graduate student from Harvard.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Whoa. That he has graduated from Harvard with a law degree and then went on to postgraduate school for education. So he has plenty of education to look at a program and say, will this work? Would this be effective? That is what he went to school to do.
Your Honor, this witness himself said that it's a case-by-case scenario with this program, and CoreLink hadn't necessarily been even hasn't been put into the school's program yet. It would have applied to the next following school year as we were at the end of the school year. So I'm not necessarily sure how this witness can testify how CoreLink would go throughout a school year that hasn't even began.
Exactly. It is case by case. And so he can say, hey, for this case, it will work, or it should work. But as this one, it does not seem like the best option, especially as he testified prior, and Mr. Portnoy testified as well that the previous methods of teaching were working.
Your Honor, this witness testified that this program was designed for the exact demographic of students that are within this middle school. So I'm not entirely sure they can rule this entire thing out without suspecting it, without calling for suspicion.
Just because a program or something is designed for a certain group or certain people does not mean it will work effectively. That's just because it's just designed for that. That doesn't have any merit as to why it will work definitively.
In that case, I would like to hear this witness testify exactly why it wouldn't work, especially when the current teacher is calling the principal an autocrat.
Mr. D, why do you believe CoreLink would not work?
I'll talk about this specific case, and I believe that CoreLink is a somewhat effective program. It boosts test scores somewhat, but I think it does still leave a lot of students behind. I think it leaves a lot more students behind than any other curriculum would. And in this specific case, I believe that, if we're going to see lower test scores being placed in the same class as those with higher test scores, they're going to be continuously left behind, and they're going to get lower and lower test scores, and they're going to be placed in classes with kids that have higher and higher test scores, and that gap is just going to be more defined and more definitive and more damaging to the education. And Mr. Portnoy, it's his general belief that the CoreLink program is bad, and so he called it out. And so now, with him calling the program out, and in some situations where it already might be ineffective, I believe this specific case, the CoreLink program wouldn't work because it is not teacher-backed. They do not have trust or faith in this program to work effectively, and thus that would create a hostile and dangerous school environment where these kids might not be learning the ample material that they need to.
Oh wait, quick question. Sorry for the witness. Could you clarify what would it what effect would it have to the overall test score or to the school?
I believe you would see the average drop lower and lower and continue the trend that we have seen on a nationwide level.
Objection, Your Honor. The witness had literally just previously testified that you would at least see some improvement in test scores. And while they talked about how the student population would be affected, they just testified that they would see test scores go up. And right now, the witness is testifying the opposite, so I'm confused which it is.
Your Honor, the witness is actually not testifying the opposite. The witness testified that the students who were already high achieving, they would improve, they would excel because they're being grouped with these lower students. And so the curriculum has to be adjusted lower to fit those lower students. The witness testified that the average test scores would decrease.
Oh, sorry, I meant the average test score. Sorry, that was my mistake. What would the average test score be like?
The average test scores would decrease.
All right. You can say it. Go ahead.
I just want to clear up some confusion. I believe you and your defendant or the prosecution has stated that these CoreLink would cause students to feel more bored and unmotivated. How does this play in having higher test scores?
Students, they get smart. They don't get dumber. You gain knowledge. You gain.
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
Objection sustained. Response. Response. I'd like to hear your response.
Again, my witness here went to school for education. I believe he knows what he's talking about.
Response?
I'm not entirely sure that him going to school lets him say that students get smarter, not dumber.
Any more response?
I stand by all my previous arguments.
Objection sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh wait, quick question for the witness. My memory may be screwing around, but I did remember the witness saying the average test score would increase, but then moments later said it would decrease. Which one is it exactly?
Okay, sorry to clear up the confusion, Your Honor. So some test scores would increase, right? You're gonna see that. However, I believe as an entire school population, the average test score would decrease.
Okay, so you're saying some test score would increase, or like the
Yeah.
minor demographic. However, the average would have a decrease in total. Correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Mr. D, you talked about this gap being created and enlarged. So if there's such a big gap being created between the successful students and the students not succeeding, is that truly success for the school? Does that actually help the students or not?
It does not, as not only does this create this education gap in the school, it creates gaps in the entire community, right? I mean, there have been studies proving that those who have received lower education and test scores are more likely to wind up, in situations where they are jobless, maybe criminals. And so by creating this gap at such an early age, especially middle school, this leading these kids on a path where it's continuously pushing towards a sense of classism in the socioeconomic culture of this community.
Along with that, for the low achieving students who, like you said, would continue get achieving lower and lower, would there be any effects on mental state, like any motivational effects or confidence?
Yes, again, absolutely. I mean, obviously, those who are achieving higher test scores will continue to be more confident, but those who are, on the lower end of the spectrum get, diminished confidence, and that diminished confidence means they don't believe they could do as well, and so they don't do as well. And again, this just contributes to the widening gap.
Objection. This is still speculative.
Response?
Your Honor, my witness already finished his testimony. If the opposing attorney actually wanted to object to speculation, he could have done so while the witness was testifying.
I have more reasons to confirm that this is speculative.
Go there.
Speculation's too late. He's already issued his statement. You may, if you believe he's speculating again, you may object. But as of right now, they're free to continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have no further questions.
Would the defendant like a recross? Recross?
Yes.
You may have your recross.
Okay, thank you. This is still speculative because he generalized teachers earlier. Remember how you mentioned how this was a teacher back?
Oh, sorry.
Objection, Your Honor. Opposing counsel is testifying.
Objection, I still haven't finished.
Yeah, go ahead.
Objection from the prosecution sustained. This is a recross. This is not defending a objection.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Whether or not the CoreLink program is good or bad, what relevance does that have to the actual Pickering test?
It has a lot of relevance to the Pickering test. The CoreLink program doing worse in a situation like this will worsen school efficiency, which is directly attached to the Pickering test. As by having the CoreLink program worsen school efficiency, you can argue that this isn't prioritizing school efficiency, which means the public concern outweighs.
What portion of the Pickering test out of the two planks is relevant to the effectiveness of CoreLink?
The second prong, where it's mentioning how the level of concern must, it's relevant to both prongs. If the public isn't in agreement with the CoreLink program, if there is some level of distrust with it and that it'll lead to worse education for their students, that is a public concern.
But has Mr. Portnoy's immature and frankly...
Objection, Your Honor. Prejudicial over probative. Opposing counsel is trying to pose Mr. Portnoy as a bad person, affecting the bias towards him.
Response?
I'm okay to reword.
You may reword the question.
Describing the faculty as Clattenstein, does that not remove any legitimate interest he may have in the efficiency of the school?
I wouldn't necessarily say so, I think, he's prioritizing, his beliefs and the fact that, doing something about CoreLink, while, may lead to some level of, inefficiency, it's still better off than the CoreLink program as a whole in the school.
The second prong of the Pickering test refers to the moment at which the protest was made. At that moment, has the CoreLink program caused any inefficiencies within the school? 10 days after its implementation?
No, but obviously not.
So then how is it relevant to the actual Pickering test, whether the CoreLink is good or bad?
As there have been cases of the CoreLink program leading to inefficiency in schools, and in this case, it's Mr. Portnoy's personal opinion that it will lead to inefficiency in this particular instance.
Could you please answer the question about how? I just don't feel like that really answered the question.
Can you restate the question?
Sure. If only the instance of when the opposition was made by Mr. Portnoy, when only CoreLink was only implemented 10 days after, how does whether CoreLink is good or bad have any relevance to the Pickering test?
Mr. Portnoy's claim came from a level of personal concern, right? It didn't have to do anything with the fact that, CoreLink was only in effect for 10 days. It had to do with the fact that CoreLink was going to be in effect for, years and years to come. And so, I believe that, it's perfectly applicable to the Pickering test.
Was Mr. Portnoy's memo a personal grievance?
Can you repeat that?
Was Mr. Portnoy's memo a personal grievance?
His memo was expressing a personal grievance against the CoreLink program.
No further questions, Your Honors.
Would would the prosecutor like to recross? Oh, sorry, redirect.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. D. Despite Mr. Portnoy's concerns being somewhat of personal grievance, would those concerns that he mentioned specifically still be a public concern?
Yes, absolutely. And, I believe in this specific case, it's important to bring up, prior precedent with Waters v. Churchill, finding that anything that could be a disruption can be argued to be a disruption. And so I believe in this case that, even if it was prior to the implementation, I believe that, he was still well within his right to a free speech in passing the Pickering test.
So just to clarify, like seen in Waters v. Churchill, for the second prong of the Pickering's test, the disruption technically does not have to have happened already. It's something that could likely happen.
If Mr. Portnoy really believes that a disruption or some kind of inefficient motive would happen at the school, then it is well within his rights to believe that fact.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Oh, wait, could you speak into the microphone? Sorry.
Motion to recross.
Granted.
You keep referencing that test scores have been going down in the 2000s. Could you cite what metric you're referencing?
I mean, I don't think it's any specific metric. It's a general like trend that's been experienced, right? We're seeing lower education funding, lower test scores, lower grades, and yeah, it's just a national it's a national crisis.
Earlier in your testimony, did you say that multiple teachers were dissenting from the CoreLink program?
Yes, for my investigation, I found that the school is very divided on the implementation of the CoreLink program. While there are some teachers who support its implementation, people like Mr. Portnoy believe it should not be implemented.
Would you say that Mr. Portnoy has a main speaking voice in that movement against the program?
I believe he is the speaking voice in this movement, seeing as he is the one, really just anyone speaking out or for the program.
A definitive yes or no. If he is the main speaking voice behind the opposition to this program, then would that be disruptive to the program and thus the school?
I don't think I can answer that one in a yes or no question, yes or no format. So I apologize, but I do believe that in some level it can lead to that, yes, but I don't think it would be as to the same level as if the CoreLink program was fully pushed within the school.
No further questions, Your Honors.
Would the prosecutor like to redirect?
Yes, Your Honor.
Redirect granted.
Mr. D, even if opposing the CoreLink program may cause a disruption at first, would the ultimate goal or the ultimate end results still be for the school's interest and efficiency and success for the students?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, anytime you have a disagreement or argument or any kind of protest, I mean, obviously that's going to lead to some kind of disruption in any kind of system that's being run. However, once you get either end to in this case, once you get either CoreLink in the school or CoreLink not in the school, then there's a more definitive path towards either more school efficiency or not, or no, or worse school efficiency.
So just to recap here, by the Pickering test, was Mr. Portnoy's actions protected by the First Amendment?
Absolutely, they were.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Just to clarify, could I get the reasons for the first prong? I just want to hear it from the witness.
The first prong of the Pickering test?
Yes.
Yeah, so the first prong of the Pickering test states that the issue being discussed must be some level of public concern. And so in this case, Mr. Portnoy is arguing that the CoreLink program would lead to worse education within the school. And thus, that's a level of public concern as, the community doesn't want to see their children fail and, not do as well in school.
Thank you. Would the defendant like to recross?
No, Your Honor.
Will the defense, if the defense has one, would the defense like to call a fourth expert witness to the stand?
The defense rests, Your Honor.
We will now be moving to the closing statement. Would the prosecutor bring up their closing statement?
The prosecution would like to request a recess of 5 minutes.
5-minute recess granted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Hello, hello? Okay. Stay away, please and thank you. No. No.
Yo, can we start soon? Because it's like, I don't know.
Our recess is now over. Please be seated.
Before we start closing statements, would it be okay if I ask a couple questions to the attendee, the parent attendee at the night, counseling night?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah, so I was wondering, as you're like a parent, you're a highly caring parent, and obviously you want the best for your child. What's one of the best memories your child has had with Mr. Portnoy?
Portnoy? Yes. So, yeah, Mr. Portnoy is a really hands-on teacher. He's very useful when it comes to, very experienced when it comes to teaching students. The way he teaches our students and the way he teaches my children is very personal, and I feel like they every single time they leave his classroom, they leave with something new, something that'll help them with their future. And yeah, he constantly shows how he cares about his own job and what he teaches, especially when it comes to the future of America.
Yeah, like what's something new? Like what's your child's like favorite like memory with Mr. Portnoy? I just want to know this because you said he acts on the best interests of sort of the students. So like what's one thing he does to sort of take a step towards this, specifically relating to math?
So yeah, my child used to really struggle during with math, and what Mr. Portnoy did was schedule personal tutoring sessions after school, where he taught him hands-on. Whatever my child didn't understand, he would acknowledge and elaborate further on. So yeah, it was a bunch of tutoring lessons, and I believe that's what what the best memory would be for my child.
I also have a question. So, I remember you saying you did not receive any announcement about the CoreLink program, correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So were you able to know that this was an opt-out program or not at all, and you thought this was forced?
So I don't believe I ever said I thought it was forced. What I said was once Mr. Portnoy gave us the pamphlets, that's when we found out about the whole program, how it was an opt-out. So yeah, I never really thought it was. Sorry, could you restate your question again?
No, you were answering. Did you know the I guess I was asking, did you know it was an opt-out? But if you didn't know the program even existed from the first place, I guess you wouldn't have known, correct?
Yeah, so since I didn't know, I only found out that it was an opt-out program once Mr. Portnoy gave us those pamphlets.
And then did those pamphlets mention that the program is an opt-out?
So I'm not sure if the pamphlet specifically said it, but Mr. Portnoy did tell us that it was an opt-out program. He did explain it to us whenever we asked. And he also told us to refer to the pamphlet for whatever question he couldn't answer.
Okay.
I have a question. Sorry. What's your child's name, for the record? Because you never mentioned it.
Yeah. John D.O.E.
What's the D.O.E. mean?
Department of Education.
You're from Harvard too?
Yes, Your Honor.
How old are you?
I'm not sure if I want to answer that question, Your Honor.
It's mandatory?
You may not have to answer that question.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Don't listen to it.
May Principal Skinner, as the witness, please rise to the, may we request Principal Skinner a question?
Yes, Your Honor.
So how often do you provide announcements to parents or, yeah, parents or families of students?
We have a weekly newsletter and then a monthly newsletter that deals with much more like bigger scheduled events. I believe the Core program would have been in the monthly newsletter, which would have gone out the start of every month.
Another question. Did you not mention the creation of the Core program to the parents, or because there was some time for like the thought of the creation of the program, correct?
Yes, there was, but I'm not sure. I can't ensure that every parent reads every newsletter that we send out. We know that parents are very busy with ensuring that their students can live a great life in their residence.
Correct, but do you know if it was in the announcements? Just
It should have been in the newsletter, yes.
all right, thank you.
Is that all, Your Honor?
A different judge is asking a question now.
Okay.
Okay, so I know I asked you a question similar to this earlier, but I kind of wanted to reword my question. Did you have reasonable prediction of disruption due to the pamphlets? And if so, how?
As I have stated, the insults that was thrown towards the faculty caused several obvious disruptions within the faculty within the Silver State Middle School, which would have hampered the continuation of the Core program.
So you predicted disruption?
The disruption was already made by the insults thrown at the faculty by Mr. Portnoy.
Okay, and then can you reword how? Sorry, can you restate how?
Well, by calling the work that so many faculty believe in faddish and a pile of garbage, and calling the principal an autocratic leader, there were several disagreements that were even worsened between faculty, and Mr. Portnoy only added fuel to the fire.
One of the parents previously mentioned that he could see that you and Mr. Portnoy had like not the best relationship to begin with. Can you affirm this or sort of oppose it? I just want to know more on that.
Well, to be fair, the parents aren't at the school for the entire school day. They don't see what goes on behind the scenes, the private meetings we have between with our faculty, the community we share, just as the students don't necessarily see all the interactions all the faculty have with each other. So I don't believe that that parent could have accurately speculated on the relationship I held with Mr. Portnoy.
Did you go to Harvard?
I went to Columbia Law.
Okay.
I remember there was a parent witness for the defendant. Can they rise? May I ask them a question? Please come to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good for questioning, Your Honor.
So were you able to receive the announcement that the Core program has been created or was going to be in effect?
I was able to. As Principal Skinner said, they send out a monthly newsletter 10 days before the Core program was implemented, 10 days. And then on May 9th was when she passed out the pamphlets. So I was, in fact, able to read the May edition newsletter, which specifically outlined the Core program and its implementation into the school. But prior to this, the weekly ones also covered its suggestion among the committees.
All right. We apologize for all the questions. Now the prosecution may come up for the closing statement.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Oh, and before we begin, I'm pretty sure you guys are just going to sit there, but if you guys prefer to stand up for your closing statement and move freely around the well, you may.
J.K. Law.
You may now speak your closing statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Students over self. This is something that Mr. Portnoy has continuously and will continue to value and portray. As a teacher of 20 years and department chair, he knows what works. He knows and understands what his students need. He's not attacking his peers, but rather criticizing and marking his own points with his First Amendment rights for the students' benefit, success, and benefit. Something that he views as important for the public. When the principal approved the program, he never consulted with the chair of the math department and teacher of 20 years. And with a program of this magnitude, it's inconceivable not to include something like someone like Mr. Portnoy into the conversation. Principal Skinner stated that he had much respect for Mr. Portnoy earlier, but what about the situation shows that he sticks true to that statement? Math is a very hands-on subject. It requires a very personal approach. This is something that many parents acknowledge and believe in. Mr. Portnoy's beliefs are undoubtedly the public's concern. Any member of the public, prime examples being parents, would want to understand what their students are going through, what they're learning, and how they learn it, especially since those same students are the ones who will influence the public once they grow into adulthood. At the open house, Mr. Portnoy was very respectful, not only providing useful information for all parents and attendees, but also refraining from forcing the pamphlet onto any parent, and suggesting that they refer to it whenever asked about the program. Within that pamphlet, all Mr. Portnoy truly wanted to do was enlighten the parents on how the new program would prevent the students of Silver State Middle School from growing their education and how it would hinder their level of education. And for a school whose argument is based all around efficiency, why would they pass a program which could possibly hinder that efficiency more than simple disputes within faculty? Despite this great concern, Principal Skinner removed Portnoy as a department chair, and with that came a $3,000 loss in pay. Portnoy took them to court, recognizing the injustice seen. In that case, it was rightly found through the Pickering test that he was protected under the First Amendment. The first prong, that it is the concern of the public, education and the success of students. The first prong, that it is it is to the concern of the public. Education and the success of students is undoubtedly the public's concern. The second prong, that Portnoy's interest outweighs that of the school's interest to operate successfully and efficiently. Portnoy purely had interest in seeing his students succeed. That's all he's ever wanted. That's all he ever will want, not some selfish agenda. The success of the students directly relates to the success of the school. If the students succeed, so does the school, thus satisfying the second prong of the Pickering test. Since both prongs were satisfied, Portnoy is protected by the Pickering test and the First Amendment. So once again, what Portnoy did was simply executing his First Amendment right. It was not an attack on his peers. He was not making a violent and selfish statement, but rather, as a teacher of 20 years, his concerns for the welfare of his students, his community, and the future of education for his students, as these students are the future. The principal did not discuss the new curriculum with the chair of the math department, a position that is appointed because of the trust of the people, the students, have in Mr. Portnoy. Mr. Portnoy, in his pamphlet at the open house, did not mean to cause confusion, nor do I believe that that is where the confusion came from. The parents were never notified of the CoreLink program, and seeing as how their own students are the main ones affected, Mr. Portnoy only wanted the best for his community and students, and to make it known that this this harmful program was passed. So please, Your Honors, find a verdict that expresses basic constitutional rights under the First Amendment that Mr. Portnoy deserves, not only as a teacher, but as a citizen concerned for the future of the United States of America. Find Silver Springs Middle School liable for violating Portnoy's First Amendment rights. Thank you, Your Honor.
The defendant may now speak their closing statement.
Thank you, Your Honor. Freedom of speech is not freedom of responsibility. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, today we are gathered in order to appeal the decision made that Silver State Middle School faculty violated Mr. Portnoy's First Amendment rights as adhering to the Pickering test. However, based upon past precedent and the facts of this case, you will find Mr. Portnoy's protests were unlawful and do not satisfy the requirements of the Pickering test protecting his First Amendment rights. Let's examine the following elements. The first half of the Pickering test determines whether or not that Mr. Portnoy's protests were a matter of personal interest or a matter of public concern. The plaintiff has provided no concrete evidence as to whether or not the CoreLink program is bad, even with their very own education experts saying that there is a mix of results. Matter of fact, the program was only implemented from April 30th to May 9th, not allowing the school to have an appropriate understanding of whether or not the implementation of the program would have been successful. Ladies and gentlemen, today you heard Mr. Portnoy testify that the matter of implementing the CoreLink program into Silver State was sent to the newsletter, also as a result of Mr. Portnoy's original memo, and debated over amongst Mr. Portnoy, the principal, and other members of the community, including parents. This addressed the public concern in the first place. There's also a direct exemption for this first half of the Pickering test that has not been addressed by the plaintiff. That personal grievances made by a government employee are not a matter of public concern, and seen as the memo was originally sent out only towards faculty, Mr. Portnoy's original point of concern was a personal grievance, as confirmed by the education expert. Now as for the second half. Even if the matter that Mr. Portnoy protested against was a matter of public concern, it now has to be outweighed against the ability of the government employer, in this case Silver State Middle School, to carry out their actions and duties for the general public. While yes, the plaintiff includes the idea of student over self, this is simply not what occurred here. You heard testimony from the principal claiming that the option to enroll into the program was completely optional. Mr. Skinner and the Silver State factory chose the students. There are many factors that are to be weighted into the personal interest of Mr. Portnoy and the government interest of Silver State as outlined in prior cases. In Waters v. Churchill, government employees were labeled to be subject to unique exceptions to the First Amendment in the name of preserving government efficiency. You heard direct testimony from the education expert that explained Mr. Portnoy's protest against the program could detriment its successes. There is no debate whether youth education is important, but the pamphlet itself is severely weighted in, seeing as it can hinder the success of the CoreLink program, thus outweighing the school's ability to carry out its duty in educating the youth, over the matter of the public concern. In Highland v. Wonder, we also see that government interest is heavily weighted upon whether or not the speech disrupts co-worker relations. We once again heard from Mr. Portnoy himself and Mr. Skinner that disruptions were created within the school faculty as a result of Mr. Portnoy's memo and manual. We see in Rankin v. McPherson, an employee's responsibility to regulate his speech increases as the authority and responsibility of the position of the government employee increases. The government may exercise more discretion towards employees of higher status in regards to their free speech. As Mr. Skinner and Mr. Portnoy testified, Mr. Portnoy's title as being the math department chair was labeled on his pamphlet, advocating against the CoreLink program, thus using his high-ranking position as a government employee to support his case. Based upon previous precedent and the facts that were presented here today, we urge you to reconsider the decision that Mr. Portnoy's protest against the CoreLink program is protected under their First Amendment right as it fails the Pickering test. Thank you.
Would the prosecutors like to rebuttal?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may rebuttal.
All right, thank you. The CoreLink program has been proved time and time again by the prosecution that it is the worst thing that can happen for Silver State Middle School. The education expert that was called up here has directly testified that the CoreLink program in his experience, has seen to be proven to be a detrimental to not only the school, but the community the school is a part in. By implementing the CoreLink program here at Silver State, in Silver State Middle School, we are setting up these students for failure. And that is exactly what Mr. Portnoy wanted to avoid. which is why he took his liberty as as a citizen of the United States of America to exercise his free speech and call out the direct injustice supplied by the principal of the school as well as the Board of Education. And that's it.
Would the defendant like to rebuttal?
If we allow this rebuttal, then we'll make an exception and allow the prosecution to rebuttal one more time.
No, Your Honor, the defense rests.
The judges will now decide on their decisions. We may ask questions, but we will be considering right for now. We will be calling a 5-minute recess for now.
They're guilty. Everyone come back in the room
Yo,
now.
where are we going,
Why is
bro?
everyone leaving?
Where are we going?
Come back now. Please and thank you. Everyone sit down in their seats, please. Why are you recording us? Oh, okay, my bad. I was like,
Okay.
who are you missing? So
We will wait for
y'all can
him.
tell him. Bro. So you lied to us, and then that's a false, and okay, I want to change my thing now.
All right, the justices find that the defendant is not guilty because it does not pass the second prong of the Pickering test, since the parents and students are able to opt out of the program, and the program only lasted for 10 days, which invalidates insufficient information to see if the program causes inefficiency. This court is adjourned.
Prosecution did really good, though. Prosecution did really good still. Everyone did really good. Yeah.